This Tuesday evening, I'm making a special guest appearance on Talk Hard with Pops. Yep, I'll be hanging out with the regular cast of Pops himself, Stone Cold Loki, Ironcaster, and Squeak-a-Mouse. We'll be talking about the 1984 sci-fi action classic Terminator. That's Talk Hard this Tuesday at 4:30 Central, 5:30 Eastern on Pops.
Future or is it past?
No, it is Twofer.
This Thursday night, Netter is sitting down with Raquel SSG2211, whose channel promises talk about anime, pop culture, movies, art, and more. We will find out all about Raquel, and you will subscribe to her channel this Thursday at 9 Central, 10 Eastern on Netter's Network. Every Sunday evening, Aged Boomer and Papa Pacelli bring you the rundown of the week's geek news, or at least what they think is interesting. You may have heard about it somewhere else, but Boomer and Pacelli put a spin on it you likely won't hear anywhere else. It's Geeky Geezers, every Sunday evening at 8 Central, 9 Eastern. Well, the coming attractions have gotten a little bit longer, but I think that gives you a good indication of how busy we are behind the scenes. Think about it. But yeah, welcome to Monday Night Last Call. It is a Terminator night, Terminator Twofer, and so glad you guys could make it here. Hi, it's me, Kyle Reese, and I'm here with Sarah Connor. No. It's Troy and Netter. How you doing, Netter, and what you sipping on?
I'm doing pretty well for a Monday, and I have just plain old drinking water.
That's perfectly awesome. That's it's good to stay hydrated.
I mean, it is Myers brand, but just regular ordinary drinking water.
Well, we did bill, and I did warn everybody who's been paying attention that Cyn, if she's able to make it tonight, will be running late. She is on her way home right now, as I understand, from the Regal Cinema mystery movie night that she will be reviewing with deleted scenes tomorrow night. But she's on her way, and she will be jumping in here as soon as she can. Saying hi right now to everyone who's watching on her channel, because I know that she's got the stream going over on her side as well. Yeah, and Cyn will be here if she's able. She told me she was having internet problems, so we'll find out what happens. I'm sure she'll private message me if she can't make it. But in the meantime, we have another very special guest. That man of mischief, or god, demigod, whatever the Norse called those folks. It's Stone Cold Loki. How you doing, my friend? And what are you sipping on tonight?
I have got a cold iced Texas tea.
Texas tea.
I was gonna be on video, but I mean, you guys have such cool avatars. I was like, somebody's got to be the villain of the story. It might as well be Loki.
And that would be you, is what you're saying, right? Well, in my personal opinion, the villain is usually the star, right? And that becomes actually more and more true as this particular franchise continues. Speaking of villains who were the stars, James Earl Jones.
Man.
Very sad to hear about that. I guess you guys can assume who the In Remembrance will be on Sunday for Geese.
Okay, he was older than dirt.
But man, he worked up to the last day. I tell you, talk about a great work ethic.
As a villain and a hero, I mean, there's, he could play anything. He could do anything, whether it was Broadway.
If I'm just talking about Darth Vader villain, but
man,
he played so many wonderful, sympathetic characters. Oh, what's the one with Kevin Costner, the baseball movie?
Field of Dreams.
Field of Dreams, exactly. I mean, if he doesn't bring a tear to your eye with that one, let me tell you. But yeah. a lot of other grounds. We'll talk a lot about him on Sunday. And speaking of supporting your favorite villains, I'm sorry, Loki. I'm gonna do this. I didn't talk to you about it in advance, but guys, I don't ask for any contributions tonight. What I ask you to do, hit that link over there and help out Loki. He's got some medical bills to take care of. Like I said on social media, those of you that follow me, you got to support the people that support you. And
absolutely.
Loki is one of the reasons that Netter and I are here, that we have the followers that we have, that we were able to get to the point where we demonetized in the first place and have this channel to be able to bring these movies to you and the chats and the socialness.
The only problem is my husband did donate some, but he did it without talking to me because I felt he gave way too little.
Well, yes, I gave kind of a minimum because I hadn't spoken to you about our finances yet. I know we could do more, and we will do more.
We will, definitely.
But in the meantime, I'm asking you guys all to help. I just dropped the link.
Family helps family, and that's what we're doing. And I say that at the end of every string. You want to say something now, Loki? Huh? Want me to let you talk?
Yeah, just you guys sharing it. Just you guys sharing it is so special to me. Seriously. Like you said, every little bit helps. It doesn't matter whether it's a share or it's a like or it's whatever. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but we're going to do all the things, right, everybody? But speaking of which, you guys have waited long enough, but I'm not getting to the movie right now because you guys are important too. And I want to say hi to all of you. So let's start with FKHC 2005, whom we lovingly know as Tim. Hail, welcome. How about we show Star Wars tonight in our James notes? I'm sure we'll do that in the coming weeks. probably not a bad idea. But I'm committed tonight because we do have the stream tomorrow over on Pops' channel. That's why we're doing this tonight. Idea for a watch party next week: The Great White Hope, Cry the Beloved. Oh. Yeah, I haven't made up the stream for next week yet, so maybe I could do that. I'll think about that. That's great. That's great.
A good movie.
Yeah, absolutely. Hail Curtis, the tired midnight blogger himself. Welcome, my friend. The bird woman of YouTube. Hail, Connie. Welcome, welcome. JPRPH1. Hail, folks. And of course, saying good evening to all of y'all. That's awesome. Netter, I love you too. Let's see. Ditto. Is that lazy? Yeah, my alter ego over there on the green machine. Daniel Barry, Sports Highlights. What's up? Welcome. Good to see you, my friend. And of course, Lady Mist dropping the flowers for me. Thank you so much. You are so sweet.
Guardian the Void is absolutely wonderful. She is great. Hail, Lady Mist.
And welcome, Putin's cat. I'm guessing over on Cyn's. Like I said, Cyn should be here a little bit later, assuming her internet works. I will check my DMs as soon as we get the movie going, see if she's given us any updates. And speaking of honestly, one of the hardest working people in the business, Deleted Scenes. He says he's on his way home from that mystery movie night. So that's how I know that Cyn probably is as well. Enigma Severus. According to my calculations, it's 9:02. Yes. That longer opening, I did not account for the StreamYard processing time. I will do better in the future. I promise. And you saying hi to Sashi? I'm not seeing Sashi, but Sashi might be here. Hi, Sashi, if you are here. If you're not here, well, hi anyway.
No, not on your channel. Let me check on mine.
And Big Al presents Films with Friends. Yes. Rest in peace, James Earl Jones. And thanks so much for being here, my friend.
Yeah, Sashi's on my channel.
Sashi, okay, he's over there. Great. Hi, Sashi. And check out Big Al presents Films with Friends. This is a Netter week, so that means he's got a Friday movie. I believe that's Friday the 13th, part 2, on Friday evening before last call. So make sure you check that out. Ha-pla! Mark, good to see you.
Can I just say something real quick? Yes. I don't mean to interrupt you. You guys had me freaking out because I'm looking at the comments in StreamYards.
Yes.
I'm like, this isn't matching up with the comments that are on YouTube. I'm watching the comments.
We are simulcasting.
Yes. Okay.
Although
it makes sense now. I know you guys do that. I know you do, but I wasn't thinking about that. I was like, man, those are YouTube. It's not Rumble or anything. It's not X. It would look different.
If it weren't for StreamYard, I'd never be able to keep track of all this because I've got my own. I've got the green machine going, but nobody's over there. That's fine. I'm really just using it as a backup in case anything happens to this channel. Cyn's got 2 streams going. Netter's got a stream going. You're perfectly welcome to simulcast too if you want to, Loki. It's going to take me a little while to get through all these, so you certainly have time to set it up. I said hi to Mark. I believe he's calling in from the dilithium mines of Rurapente.
Do you want me to give you a thumbnail?
Yeah, you can shoot that over to him.
I was talking to Loki.
I've got guys. You got me for probably another 40 minutes. So by the time I set it up, I would probably be tripping over my own.
That's fine. That's fine. The View with Drew. Haven't seen you in a while, buddy. Welcome. Good to see you. I have a great rewatch, my friends. My Beetlejuice 2 review is up. So go check that out over on Big Al's channel if you would. Samuel Proctor, welcome, my friends. Let's see. It took me a while to figure out when people were saying Skull, they meant Stone Cold Loki.
cyn'scorner jumped into my chat and said, just jumping in the chat real quick to let Troy know I sent a message via Twitter. My stupid internet is still down.
Okay, fair enough. If you want to shoot her a note back, I haven't had a chance to respond to any of that. And PJ of Orville Nation, Business manager for the channel. Welcome, my friend. He likes the cool intro. Cool.
PJ's such a good guy,
isn't he?
You can't say good enough things about PJ. You just can't. There's never
if
enough good
if my
things to
channel's
say
not
about
doing
PJ.
well, it's not his fault. It's because I haven't taken his advice. You know, there's a lot of things he's told me to do that I know I should and I haven't. Enigma, did I say hi to you yet? I'm sorry. Troy is in competition with modern movie theaters for longest trailer times. Yeah, well, you know, I've got stuff to promote. They don't. Am I right or am I wrong?
And promote we do.
And we absolutely do promote.
Although most of it's deleted scenes all the time, but
says it feels like he's sitting in a theater in the 1980s. Yes, that is exactly the goal. That's exactly what I'm going for here. You guys get it. I'm going to start going through these really, really fast. If I miss anyone, please shout out, say hi. I did say hi to Enigma, right? Enigma Severus. Rod Thunderheart, welcome, my friend. Good to see you. And let's see here. Let's see. Thunderheart. Yes. Yeah, I see it there. Thanks, Sin. Sorry that you can't make it on. You know, we're going to be going for about 4 hours, you know, so maybe a little shy over that. So you can jump in anytime if you are able to get up and running.
And if it's a connection problem, try restarting your router and your modem.
Did you try unplugging back in?
No, seriously, because we've had that issue before.
Right.
We've restarted our modem and our router. Even just the simple act of restarting my laptop has given me access again.
DJ Ronnie G, welcome. And yes, there's Sashi. I knew you were lurking around here somewhere, my friend. And I think that catches me up. If I've missed anyone again, please give me a shout out.
And if I miss saying hello to anybody on my stream or any of the, actually, I'm mostly on Troy's and mine, let me know because I gotta drop my high speed. You know,
absolutely.
I gotta do that.
I'm going to go ahead and get us started. I think we're talking about a movie that we've all seen, so I don't think anyone's going to be lost.
Does that mean you're going to put it on like 2 times fast so that you can get through it faster?
No, because I need the watch time. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get it started. You guys all know how this goes. Pinned to the top of most of our streams, we have that Cosme link. If you're watching along with us live, you can watch literally synced up with us because we'll be streaming it to you on Cosme off platform. If you're here in the future, you're going to need your own copy. So
if you're here in the past, you've been waiting all this time?
Well, you know, time travel, I get it, but you're probably sitting there naked then. So, you know, maybe put something on before, you know, you cue us up. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and get us going and then we'll chit chat. So here we go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, play. Now, something else I should warn you all about for those of you that are going to be able to hang out with us through part 2. This first one, I believe, is the theatrical release, and I've got subtitles. The second one is the extreme DVD, and I do not have subtitles for it. My goodness, there's a bunch of versions of Judgment Day. I mean, trying to find the right subtitles is ridiculous. I mean, there's like 25 versions of it out there. I'm like, screw it. I don't have time for this. You guys know how the story goes anyway. We'll figure it out. Anyway, so I guess your being here, Loki, this makes this kind of a little preview of what we'll be talking about tomorrow on Pop's channel, I would imagine.
Yep.
When did you first see Terminator? The first Terminator?
It was after Terminator 2 because I wasn't allowed to watch the first movie until I was like 9 or 10. So it wasn't until after 2 came out that
I have seen it so many times for so long. I honestly do not remember when the first time was I saw it. This was, what year was this? 80, is it 84? Let me look.
Yeah, I think it was 84. A lot of good movies in 84. I'm pretty sure it was 84.
Yeah, it was 1984.
Yeah.
So this would have been my freshman year in high school. I could have gone to see this at the theater. But I don't know if I did. The only way I did is if I went with some friends, because I didn't go to movies on my own very much.
I think I was in kindergarten when this movie came out.
Yeah, you're just a youngin'. And yeah, I really had a huge thing for Linda Hamilton too. So
that's why you married a blonde?
That's why. Yeah, I've definitely got a type. Netter knows that. This is not a surprise to her after 30 years. Man, the soundtrack. This is just
a lot of these movies were like that with me. So like I saw Aliens before I saw Alien. I saw Conan the Barbarian before I saw Conan, or the Destroyer before I saw Barbarian, Terminator 2 before I saw the original. A lot of these movies that came out in the late 80s and the 90s, if they were a sequel, I saw them first and then went back because I was like, I want to know the whole story, dang it.
Yeah, I get that. But back then, when they wrote movies and they did sequels, the writers had in their minds, how do I write this so it's a continuation of the previous story, but people won't be completely lost if this is the first movie they're seeing? They don't do that anymore.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking all those movies you just said that you saw out of order, you weren't lost watching those movies.
No,
you were still able to enjoy them.
Yeah, and it made me want to go back and watch older film. It made me want to go back to that other decade and check out that decade and the decade before that. It made me interested. It was like a puzzle. But a good puzzle that kept you interested.
It's like a built-in kind of marketing, right?
Yep.
And then here you've got this scene of the garbage truck. It's a great transition from the war machines in the future, right?
What do I look like? A ballet?
That was one.
Yeah, that was one. Exactly. There's nothing I can do about the films unless I were to go through and edit each and every one of them.
The gardener said a naughty word.
So I've thought about this a lot since 84, right? You've got this concept of time travel, and you can only time travel only organic material can travel back in time. And they kind of skirt around that by saying all of the Terminators, artificial parts are inside, a biological skin, right? So wouldn't you be able to travel back in time wearing leather, cotton, natural fabrics? Just saying.
So he could have had some boxers on when he transported.
Absolutely.
Still, we get to see.
They just wanted an excuse to show Arnold's butt. And Beans, too, later on.
Oh, there he is. The guy we all love. Game over, man.
Game over, yeah. Honestly,
I like how they have to keep part of him in shadow at all times.
Yeah, well, they didn't want to push it too hard. It's R-rated, but they didn't want to overdo it.
I think he played a Klingon more than any other besides like Worf.
He played a Klingon. He played a Romulan.
Yeah.
I think he played a Romulan more than once. He played the Bruja vampire in the Kindred.
Oh, dude, Kindred. Oh,
remember that
Lord, the TV series. Yes.
I mean, he was in just about everything.
I forgot about Kindred TV series. That takes me back.
Yep. And Bill Paxton. See, that's both of them. Brian Thompson and Bill Paxton are why when they redid this scene for whatever that other movie was with the girl that's not Linda Hamilton.
Yes.
I wish they hadn't remade it. They didn't need to. With clever editing, they could have used the exact same scenes, but then spliced in the interaction between the two Terminators, the two Arnolds, you know? Everyone was like, oh, that's real cool. They, you know, they're acting like them point for point and everything. It's like, yeah, but you didn't have to do that.
No, you didn't.
He kind of messed up.
Well, yeah, you see the scars on his back, right? Which is brilliant because it communicates this, you know, soldier of the future. He was another one who was very ubiquitous in the 80s. Not usually the biggest films, but he was in a lot of action films.
Yep.
Would it make you feel better if I said I did?
He's rabbiting. They still say the same. He's
It's like,
rabbiting.
And it's like, what are they running after him for? He to all intents and purposes, he's just another homeless guy. You know,
Yeah.
why don't they go after the guy that's sitting there, you know? Yeah, I've watched it so many times now, I overanalyze it, right? So I'm sorry, I haven't been watching the chat. That's life, but not as we know it. Your clothes, give them to me now. Yes, and welcome, by the way. Thanks for being here.
I need your clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle.
Yeah, okay. DJ Ronnie G is saying it had something to do with the bioelectric field. Yeah. You'd think that, you know, by 1984, people would have seen enough sci-fi films to, you know, if not believe that he's a time traveler, believe that he believes that he's a time traveler and tell him what year it is.
Yep.
I mean, it must be a really slow night. They pull in extra cops to go after a vagrant?
Well, it's the 80s, man. They had cops to call in to go after a baker.
Well, yeah, you got a good point. I did have some friends who were cops back then that would be like, yeah, there's nothing going on. You know, we got a call about a naked guy in an abandoned building, and you know, the whole precinct turned out. No, that really happened at the building that ended up becoming, it was in the process of being built. It was a condominium that my attorney eventually moved into, and he's like, yeah, he's like, you know, he was what do you call it? He had he was an older guy, so he's going through dementia and whatnot, and he's walking around naked in the you know, husk of the building being erected. If nothing else, the cops needed to show up to make sure he didn't hurt himself. But like all the cops showed up, and it was like we had nothing else to do, so we thought we'd come and see the naked guy. Yeah. And Jesse Green, welcome, by the way. He's saying, yeah, think LA, they see this every weekend. Samuel Proctor, my pants. He took my pants. You know, and as long as you're not running, you pretty much do just blend in. You know, just don't, just walk casual.
Yep.
Fly casual.
No, I think that's the point, Mark. They haven't started defunding the police yet. This is 1984. These were the days of Back the Blue. See, I do find that interesting that by us seeing that, later on we'll retroactively realize what the Terminator is doing. and that's the number of Sarah Connors he can find.
Who would have ever thought mopeds would come back in the 2020s and be a thing?
Yeah, who would have thought that they'd become a big deal on Tatooine? just floating ones. You know? That hairdo of the 80s. And just think, there's two of her out there. I mean, she's twins. So one thing that somebody has pointed out is that, it's pretty obvious, Arnold Schwarzenegger's the bad guy in the first movie. But when they release the second one, he ends up being the good guy, but they play it like he's the bad guy.
Yeah.
So that you get a little bit of a zinger, well into the film. You think that the cop guy is the good guy. Now, see, I've seen this enough times in real life to know this isn't her fault. She's having a rough day. Take your time, girl. You're okay. Aww.
In 10 years, who's going to care?
Well, yeah, that's exactly right. You don't know when Judgment Day is coming. But that is good foreshadowing, right?
Here we go.
Oh, yeah, he knows his guns from WWII. Yeah, you're in the past. They don't have no ray guns. All of them. That I always thought was so bizarre. There's a waiting period on handguns, but you can take a rifle right now.
Yep, that was all.
Well, that's a federal offense right there.
That was all because of what happened with Reagan, the handgun thing. That was after Reagan almost got assassinated.
Yeah, that's the excuse they use. Yeah.
Oh,
they never let any tragedy go to waste, right?
Yep.
Just like every shooting that happens today. So glad they didn't go with OJ. It would have been a different movie. But I'll tell you, that would have changed the whole course of films, too. Can you imagine if Schwarzenegger hadn't done this, he had just been Conan? I don't think he would have launched the way he has. Yeah, the Brady Bill.
I absolutely agree with you.
Yeah, the Brady Bill. I do remember when Reagan was shot. I actually wrote to the president, got a little letter back. I'm sure it was a printed thing. I'm sure he didn't write it personally, but I thought it was really cool.
Are you Sarah Connor? Wrong answer, lady.
And this isn't the Sarah Connor he's looking for, but it does establish who he is, what he's going to do to her. It's about you. I mean, sort of. You're dead, honey. And you're a mother. Surprise. And this was when you could hotwire a car without having to bust the lock. The wheel would be locked up. And bypass electronics.
Yep. He does not like machines.
Well, you get the impression that he's got a little bit of PTSD because he's seeing the same parallels, that, were pretty obvious in the opening, right? And now we're kind of seeing it from his perspective again. If you guys have to have this on some form of physical media. There's all kinds of great behind the scenes and whatnot. And you can see, how a lot of these shots were done. And it was all practical. These were all models done using forced perspective. Just brilliant. No CG back then. Yes, the lasers were done by animation, but it was like hand animation. Oh, I did not realize that you were in Scotland. Well, welcome. I super appreciate you joining us this morning. Upset that he only has about 14 lines in the first film. Yeah, it was probably like 100 words. Well, but let's face it, that was the role he was playing, and kind of made up for it in the next movie. And he's definitely demonstrated his range since then.
Toast.
Yikes. Yeah. I mean, that's brutal. It's not like, Star Trek where they just, they just disappear. You see them spew. See, and it's these scenes that made us want to see this prequel. And we have never gotten it.
No, not like we should have. No.
Not at all. That's why, what was that one with Christian Bale?
Salvation.
That was not this, and it should have been.
Yes. Instead, they did the half human, half Terminator, brought you back to life.
That was
stupid
so
thing.
Freaking ridiculous.
But it had that scene with Arnold at the end. That was kind of cool. There were cool concepts. They just didn't realize it correctly.
Yeah.
They had good ideas, and then they had really bad ideas.
I think one of the big problems is always trying to funnel Schwarzenegger into it. And it makes sense in the first and second movie. The first one, that's what the Terminator looks like. The second one looked like that because he was going to
go back and kill John. That was his original mission, and they reprogrammed
that was the
him.
whole thing. And he there's that whole timey-wimey thing about, the Protector and Bonnie, so on and so forth. The problem is the Terminators would not do that for infiltration reasons. For infiltration reasons, you have different models all the time, at least on the outside. You'd have a bunch of exoskeletons running around, for your shock troopers. But if you're going to put them in skin, you don't want them to be an exact twin of the last one that just infiltrated them.
And how they come up with that in 3, why he looks that way is just...
Yeah.
when you see him, he's one of the scientists that work for Cybernet, and he's like,
that
how y'all doing?"
Yeah.
And you're like, wow.
Sense, right? You know, I mean, they did the same thing with Data, right? Data looks just like Dr. Zoom, you know?
Yeah.
Speaking of Star Trek, we got what's his name? Paul Winfield, who played Darmok in Star Trek: The Next Generation. Captain, I'm forgetting the captain's name. Captain of the Reliant in Star Trek 2.
In Wrath of Khan. Man, I can hear his name too because I can Terrell. Captain Terrell.
Captain Terrell, right.
Because I'm thinking about what Khan killed him, Terrell, now.
Yes. I try to obey, sir, but it's difficult. Oh, that 80s hair.
Perma-perm.
Yeah, right?
But if you grew up in Texas in the 80s and 90s, you saw all that constantly.
Yeah.
Because it was all bigger the hair, closer to God.
Yep. That's true. That is true.
Oh, I had a perm once. I looked awful in it.
No one ever looked good with a perm. No. What was the movie we saw that actor in the other day? God, what was it? Was he in Cliffhanger? Yeah, I think he was in Cliffhanger. Yeah, you're right. 2 weeks in a row. Aw, kitty.
That's not a kitty, honey.
Well, close enough. See, that's one of the big mysteries of this franchise. What happened to the iguana? It's Gorn Kitty. Yeah, exactly. Right. I was right. It was Cliffhanger last week. Right. Although I will say this, a lot of people rip on the 80s for the garish colors and whatnot. I thought they looked good on the girls, you know, maybe not so much the guys, especially because they were lighter, you know, frou-frou-y type colors.
Or guys wearing really short gym shorts. When you see that, you're like, yeah, no.
All my life, that's how it's been. The women's styles have been kind of cute and sexy, and the comparable guys' outfits are hip huggers in the 70s, for example. Yeah. Sexy on girls, stupid on guys.
And they were doing jazzercise.
Yes, and jazzercise. And the leg warmers I thought were kind of sexy on girls. Guys should, no, never, never, never. I don't care. I still need my caffeine. He would have made a good Terminator too, right?
Who, Lance?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
I'd actually forgotten he was in this too. Yeah, I remember the dumb outgoing
it's like, sweetie, take off the headphones while you're having a fun time.
Why not just listen to the music on a boombox?
Yeah, maybe she's not having fun. Maybe, you know, he's having fun and she's just enjoying her music.
Yo, mama.
Hey, yo, mama.
That got her attention.
Yeah. See, now that any reasonable person would get worried. It's like, okay, there's someone out trying to kill anyone named Sarah Connor.
Yep.
I don't know if anyone wants to kill me personally, but
the
if
phone book killer.
Yeah, exactly.
And the 80s was just wild enough that somebody would have done that. The phone book killer.
That's me.
There's a lot of Sarah Connors.
But this is, of course, storytelling shorthand, right? Because if this was reality, he'd literally have to go to every Connor in there, because Sarah could be living with family and not be the name on the account.
Oh, good point.
Yep.
If she was living at her dad's or something like that, or I don't know, she was married or something, I don't know. Now, it took me a while to catch on to this, because now she's sensitive. First she's a girl alone out in the city, right? So she's going to have the guard up, but she also knows or believes someone is trying to kill her, and she realizes she's being followed. So of course she is. Chicken wire?
Yeah.
You can like see the cigarette smoke in that
I know,
building.
right?
It's crazy.
I can remember the smell of a place like that,
Yep.
Yeah, it's like you could smell the beer.
Do you know how many years I was still going into restaurants and saying I'd like seating for 2 non-smoking?
Yep.
And they'd be like, it's all non-smoking. Oh, yeah, that's right.
But yeah, it was like there was a permanent film over everything that smelled like cigarettes.
Yep.
And everything ended up being with this yellow kind of haze on it. And if you were to wipe it off, you'd see a big difference between the yellow goop from the nicotine and whatever was underneath it. It's like, oh my goodness, does she never take off that stupid headset?
Nope.
I'll tell you, those were fairly new back then. And yeah, a lot of people overused them because it was so moderately novel.
That was one of Sony's very first Walkman, and it had a leather strap that you put over your arm. That way you could carry it like a purse. We actually had that exact same model.
Yep.
When I was growing up.
That was the first recording device that my mom got me. The first 2 albums I got was Toto 4, and I don't remember which of the Bee Gees albums. Those were my first 2 cassettes. Yeah, I don't think he's too worried.
Ow. Well, of course, her wearing the headset means she's not hearing all the noise down the hall.
And see, we just watched Time After Time over on Big Al's a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Very similar situation. The guy shows up to kill the girl, but kills her roommate instead.
You know, on that one, it was a friend of hers from work.
Well, yeah, whatever. And now he really, I got the wrong one, damn it. Now, see, if someone had stepped on my headset like that, I'd have been really upset. It would have been a couple of years before I realized that I'd have like 4 or 5 of those things that were interchangeable. I mean, that helps, right? Now you know who you're looking for.
Okay, why is her ID there and not in her purse?
That's a good question.
Good point. Now, see, this is what you expect from a good cop. He's keyed in, he knows what's going on, and he's going to tell her, yes, you're doing exactly the right thing. You stay in a public place, you know, don't leave there with sentence, you know.
Well, those are the normal rules.
Right.
That's what he thinks is going to help her.
Now, that's not the advice she would get now. Now he would say, well, you know, I think you're profiling this individual. You know, I think you're being a bit istophobic. I also see, this is something else that I notice about the Terminator. He doesn't turn around and beat the guy up or, you know, whatever. He could, but he has absolutely no interest in doing that. He breaks the guy's hand and continues walking because he's on his mission. He's not taking any extra steps.
And because she knocked something off the table and was bent over, he didn't see her.
Yep. And right now, that's not the one that was following her as far as she knows. That one is. So that's the one she's worried about. Well, I was thinking that too, Samuel. I suspect that he's probably had a few calls out there in the past. I figure after some people get a little bit drinky, the police do have to get called out from time to time. And welcome, RK Rim 2008. So good to see you. Glad you are here. Those of you that are new, we are watching Terminator right now, and the link is pinned above if you want to watch along with us. See, I'm wondering if in 1984 someone would have even known what a laser sight was and what it meant.
Oh, they were brand new.
Yeah, they were pretty new back then.
And heavy.
Well, yeah, you saw it, right?
Yeah.
Now they're itty bitty things. They're little bitty add-ons. And real quick, let me say hi to a friend of the channel and channel member, Deleted Scenes, filling in for Sin tonight. How you doing, my friend?
Hello.
You been watching along with us all this time, or are you just kind of catching up now?
I am catching up right now, but of course, being a fan of the film,
I was going to say, you know this film, right?
Know about where we are. Yeah. And this was also my excuse to get to hang out with Loki because it's been a while.
There you go.
Brother. What is going on? It's good to see you.
How you doing, man? Yeah.
I'm doing.
Come with me if you want to leave.
Absolutely.
All right.
And you know, he's he's not a machine, but he is a soldier. So he just goes up, blasts the guy. No preamble, nothing.
Mhm.
He's also on his mission, right?
Yep.
And once again, just for any newcomers here, cost of admission absolutely free, but I would super be encouraged if you'd consider contributing to the GoFundMe to help out Loki with his medical expenses. It's a need. He is a huge supporter of the channel. I think a lot of us wouldn't even be here if it weren't for him. So, I'd really
Thank you, bro.
appreciate it.
Even if you guys just retweet it or whatever, thank you very much.
Absolutely. Just taking, copy paste, what I just dropped there, put it out on all your socials, open it up in another tab, save it for Friday when you get paid.
I've been so engrossed with watching the movie. Did you realize you had a super chat from Orville Nation?
I did not. I completely
Look
missed
at your
it.
starred.
Yes. Oh, PJ, are you still here? I'm so sorry. Make sure we all give Netter watch hours too. She gets monetized soon. Yes, absolutely true. Anything you guys can do to help her get there would be super appreciated as well.
Yeah, I'm a little less than 700 short. So open up my stream or my channel in a new tab, hit play all, and let it go as long as YouTube lets you, and I'd appreciate it.
See, this is exactly what I was saying, Loki. DJ Ronnie G saying that's true. I discovered this little corner of YouTube through Loki's channel. I know. I was on his channel one morning, I believe, and I think I've guested with you a couple times, and every time I get an influx of members, and that was a huge jump to get me to that magical 1,000 subscribers.
Well, you guys do all that. If I can, send some people your way, that is, I love doing that. But you guys do you guys do all the heavy lifting.
Well, I mean, I guess it comes down to what PJ's always saying: together we grow, right? So,
right,
it's a team effort.
Absolutely.
And now I totally understand her cognitive dissonance, right? She's still afraid of him. And he's trying to just tell her what's going on. And she's going to obviously have a hard time believing it. I also love the effect of the lost eyebrows on Arnold. That's very off-putting. Yeah, I got to deal with this now.
Now, stop me if I'm wrong. The cop that Arnold steals the police car from is also one of the writers of the film.
Oh,
Sorry,
really?
William Wisher.
That doesn't surprise me. This was it wasn't a cheap movie to make, but it was pretty shoestring. Mm-hmm. And I know there was a lot of pickup scenes where, just whomever was available would jump in. I wonder how many times he screwed up these lines. See, I like that. It's like, just shut up and listen.
Mm-hmm.
That's an interesting point. So he didn't even know what that Terminator looked like.
Yep. And he should have.
Well, I know that the belief, the assumption is that he followed that Terminator into the time travel facility. So yeah, I think a lot of people assumed he had at least seen him previously.
And then
She
Genesis
broke
goes
skin.
and completely changes.
That's a cool little detail.
Yeah.
Because that's what its programming says. Sin, we totally understand. Can't be there. To anyone who's watching on my channel, my internet has been out all freaking day. Yeah, I told everybody that was the case. It really sucks.
Yeah. I will hopefully be a worthy substitute.
Oh, dude, you're great.
Yeah, you're okay. I mean, you're no Sin, but you're okay.
Oh, well, no.
See? He's like, yeah, well, no, I know that.
Just get a picture of Sin, put it in the corner, you know.
Right.
They'll be like, she's here.
Just tell everyone, yeah, I got a throat thing going on. She did have the confunk last night, so, you know, that would explain the voice, right? Curtis is dropping the memes in Cosme. He's Johnny on the spot. I don't know how he finds these things that are so perfect. You remember when the locks on doors had that, you know, mushroom on top for pulling it up?
Oh yeah. So if you left your keys in your car, they would put the coat hanger
You
around.
can put the coat hanger in and pull it up. Yeah. Now you have to literally do it inside the door.
And some cars will lock you out if they don't have power. You can't even get into them even with your key.
Yeah, you're right.
Open.
What I think is funny is we have a Honda Accord. It's keyless entry, but in an emergency, the keyless entry turns into an actual key to unlock the door.
Yep.
Okay, that's all well and good. But once you're inside the car, there's no key
to start the car. Yeah,
it's push ignition. It's like,
exactly.
Well, that's kind of useless. I can get in the car, but then I can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Hold your key fob up to the go button. That's how you fix that. So if your key fob's dead, it still has like a magnetic charge to it. Hold it up to your start button and it'll recognize it and it'll start.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
Samuel Proctor, yes, he did start out with eyebrows. He lost his eyebrows because there was wasn't there flames or something like that?
Yeah.
That burned him off.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nate. We were talking about that at the top of the show.
Yeah.
Yep. There's the locking column I was talking about.
Yeah, back then, if you were talented enough, you could take a car with a flathead screwdriver. That's all you needed.
Yep. Yeah, that's kind of what we were talking about, Pootie. We were, you know, saying that back then you actually could hotwire a car this way. You can't these days.
And that man was Kurt Russell.
And that's why they're trying to kill you, so your son won't be born.
Yeah.
See, I get where they were going with the subsequent films, trying to, with the changed history and stuff, but they kept focusing on has to be John Connor. The second movie would have been the time for them to make the shift over and have him as a kid already getting other kids together and teaching and so on and so forth, so that if they did finally kill John Connor, before Judgment Day, doesn't matter, because there was already like 100 kids already prepared for Judgment Day. Butterfly effect. Once Kyle went back in time, he started it all going.
Yep. I wonder how many cars got wrecked during the filming of this.
This movie had a low budget. I can't imagine they wrecked that.
Well,
movie.
Look at the damage that they've actually gotten, though. I mean, things like a broken windshield, it's actually pretty easily replaced. And these are pretty much beater cars. I mean, my understanding was there was one scene where they have to break a window, and it was the director's car, just because they needed to get the shot. And he's like, let's just do it, Many cars were harmed in the production of this film. That's right, Samuel.
Datsun pickup truck.
Yeah, this is also 1984 because, about a decade or 2 decades later, they wouldn't have even said that. They'd have just shot.
And as far as they're concerned, he's shooting at a cop because they just see
that. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Yes.
Yeah.
Which is why she had to talk him down. That's the other thing. Again, he's the soldier, right? None of these people, society and cops, and none of that means anything to him. I like it. He takes another drag off his cigarette and hands it off.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
This would make a wonderful case study. Could make my career.
Yeah.
This is where I'm going to have to leave you. Thank you so very much. I can't wait to get to hang out tomorrow.
We will pick it up again tomorrow over on Pop's channel. Talk Hard. You and Pops and Ironcaster and help me out.
Squeak Mouse.
Squeak Mouse. There you go. We'll see you tomorrow. That's 4:30 my time. It's 5:30 on the East Coast.
Yep.
Over on Pops' channel. I've got it out on my what do you call it? Community tab. So everybody, have a great night, Loki, and we'll Friday Netter gets paid. We'll we'll contribute a little
Dude,
bit
just
more to that.
thank you for what you've done. Seriously, thank you
Oh,
very
absolutely,
much.
man. Thank you for everything you've done for this channel and this community, man.
Yeah. And I'd love to have you on Thursday Things again.
Yeah, if you can spare a Thursday night some night for Netter, she'd love it.
I will. You have the first one I have.
she'll DM you later. Thanks,
Okay.
man.
Thank
Take
you
it easy.
guys. You two
Bye-bye.
deleted, dude. We never get to hang out enough, man. Take care, brother, and I hope I get to see you again soon.
Right on.
I have to agree with what Big Al says all the time. This is our social life. What's that one, Sam? Was that movie with J.K. Simmons? The one about the drummers?
Mm.
Was it like Rimshot or something like that?
Ed, shut up.
Ed, shut up.
Yeah, just stop right there.
Rimshot would be Gene Simmons. Okay. Okay, no, fair enough. Oh, thanks for getting that again for me, deleted. And Jerry Lahane, I'm sorry if you were here earlier and I didn't see you. Welcome, welcome.
Oh, I'm not watching this part. And
yeah, I'll be talking about 9/11 on Friday.
Yeah, let me know when this part's over, because that's gross.
But it's fascinating because it's like this is where they start using the fake head and everything, you know?
So gross.
DJ says, yeah, Netter, you said hi, but I appreciate your diligence.
Well, it's like there's so many people in the chat. I'm like, did I say hi to everyone?
See,
if I did miss saying hi to anyone, let me know.
Absolutely. This was the only way they could do something like this was with an artificial, with basically a puppet, you know? Whereas today, all they'd have to do is paint out the eye and then CG it. CG has its place, right? You know, right tool for the right job. Whiplash. Okay, that's what it was. Okay, thanks, Nate. I mean, that's an excellent point. It's like, I don't know these details. You mean, why does your car work the way it does? Unless it's like real, right? 1987, Gene Roddenberry, Terminator 2 concepts for digitizing pixels, morphing liquid metal. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to make this illegal for you to own in about 20 years. But for right now, actually, he wouldn't even have to break his hand. A lot of people can punch through a window.
Well, it depends on the thickness of the window. And by the way, hi, deleted.
Oh.
Yeah, we kind of jumped right into it. Didn't give you guys a chance to say hi to each other. And John, you're changing IDs again on me.
That's his evil twin Skippy.
Yes, exactly. There's 3 or 4 of them, but that's okay. I love this.
Mm-hmm.
This is kind of where it starts, right? I'll be back. That synced up perfectly, Curtis.
As soon as I saw the thing coming through the wall, I would have been standing up, just not just sitting there behind the desk, like, oh, there's a car.
Yeah.
Never go to you. Like, where else am I going to go?
No, out the
Now,
back.
I suppose from the police point of view, okay, this Reese guy wasn't acting alone. He had someone else working with him, whatever.
And he hasn't had to reload, so he's got magic movie guns.
Right. Well, no, Arnold's got a whole crap ton of guns. He's just gonna, go through them until they're empty and then pick up another one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because he's the problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he probably saves this guy by knocking him out, though.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. This guy will probably be alive tomorrow because he got knocked out by Kyle Reese now. Oh, the stuntman behind the desk actually died? That sucks.
Stuntman that did what?
So in the previous scene, the stuntman behind the desk actually died.
That would be the first time hearing of that.
Okay, now I'm going to Google it.
And yeah, thanks, Jerry.
Okay. Whoops.
Yeah. See, it's like she instinctively knows he's there to help. when the other guy comes in shooting the place up. Yeah, and so you need large capacity magazines. You might have to deal with a Terminator one day. Or the police. Or the military. And they're out of gas. I'm sure in the future you could buy plutonium in every corner gas station.
I'm not finding anything on a stuntman dying during Terminator.
Yeah.
So it might be just an urban legend.
Well, yeah, I could totally see them making cars run on some sort of nuclear power.
I thought Reese was his first name.
Reese Sylvester Peanut Butter Cup.
Yes.
Ford Lincoln Mercury. Oh, wrong movie. I get shot like this all the time.
Actually, I was watching a great video. They had actually designed train engines that would run on nuclear. But there's a lot of obvious reasons they decided not to do it. In fact, he looks a lot like me.
Played by several different actors.
Yes.
They pick one, Only that he trimmed the hedges of many small villages. I'm sorry. I'll stop.
They so deified John Connor. She's almost like, Mother Mary.
Oh.
That's fine. They can run things on hydrogen, but they're going to decide not to do it for the same reason they've never made cars that run on hydrogen. If you're in a car accident and that hydrogen starts to spill and burn, you can't even see the flame.
End message.
Yeah, it can't explode, just like that Hindenburg couldn't explode, right?
A minute ago, she's freezing. Now she's fine.
Yeah, that's because it's they wrote it in the British. Oh yeah, because it's a wonderful place.
Oh, is it Tahiti? Tahiti is a wonderful place.
Yeah.
A magical place.
You never been in a car accident, have you, Putin? Metal things tend to not always stay intact.
No. And that airbag? That's not exactly a free ride either.
No, yeah. I've actually heard of a lot of circumstances where people were actually hurt by the airbags exploding. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I know, Pootie. You know everything, and you know I should just shut up and accept anything you say. We've been down this road many times before. Oh, that's right, because dogs could sniff them out. I do love that. You know, the idea that dogs have been with humans for all of civilization, and even in the future, there's still a use for them.
Oh, that's what's on TV tonight. Was that Fire Walk with Me?
It actually makes sense. Think about it, because if you're going to have an open flame and you don't want to attract, you know, hey, here's where we're at, you're going to put a hood over it. So, and it also funnels the heat to you, and it doesn't just let it dissipate all over the place. Yeah, it's like, does he tell her about that? And see, it's not the same Terminator model here, right?
No, this is the earlier models.
So that's why I say all the Terminators would probably be different.
Well, the different series Terminators are different. Yeah.
Right. Now I think Curtis is on your channel. I deleted it. He's making the rounds.
Yeah, Curtis. And hello to everyone who is joining my channel. Joining in progress. I was not expecting to actually be part of the show. I'm just subbing until Cyn can get things prepared on her end and join us.
She may not be able to, but you're always welcome. That was also a great dissolve, right? As the picture burns, right? Dissolves right into her face. I mean, there's some really great cinematography in this. And the more he moves along, the less human he looks. He goes through the possible responses, and that's what he comes up with. Okay. The Tiki Motel. Hey, Deleted, have you seen this? I heard about this new cartoon they were doing.
Oh, the Terminator Zero.
Yeah.
I have not seen it yet, but I've been hearing some good things, so I might be giving it a look.
Good.
I'm kind of wary now when it comes to franchises, so I want to.
I know, right?
Be careful.
I know, it's like she doesn't want to touch it, but then she starts thinking, I'm really going to need this eventually.
Was the super messed up part that nobody ever brings up.
Yeah. Yeah, mom's dead.
Yeah.
Although they hit all those points too, then in the second movie too, But this time there's a Terminator on the other end too, who I learned to make it when I was a kid. I mean, it really tells you about the world he came from.
Trenton, New Jersey. No. Sorry.
Yeah. Creating a little ontological paradox here. He's teaching her so she could teach her son so that they could teach him eventually.
Yeah, she needs to do that carefully because I've been watching these series called Fear Thy Neighbor.
Yeah.
And one lady made a pipe bomb then tried to, because she wanted to blow up her neighbor, and she tried to wire a 9-volt battery to it so that she could then wire it to her neighbor's door, and she hit the cap the wrong way and went kablooey herself.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Yeah.
And the police were like, okay, you know, we can't identify the body because it was in a van. The medical examiner goes, well, I can tell you it's not her husband, who she divorced, or actually he divorced her. It's a woman. And they're like, and how do you know that? Well, her ovaries were stuck to the van roof.
Gosh.
Yeah. Ow.
See, that's the realization, right? This isn't just I get past this one guy trying to kill me, and when that's done, it's over. That's just the start. I mean, it is balanced nutrition if they're trying to limit the population. Oh, CycleMan90 is saying that he recently got hooked on Fear Thy Neighbor. So there you go. You got a buddy. And welcome, by the way. Again, you know, with the stars, right?
And hello to Outlaw Bill. And we are watching the first film.
Hey, Bill.
I don't actually have the Cosme link in my chat, but
I love the fact that when he says, I always wondered what you were thinking of in that picture. And he's never going to know that she was thinking of him.
I'd feel a bit more careful with those pipe bombs, dude.
Okay, I missed something, Curtis. Who's not a stalker? Kyle? Well, yeah, he kind of is from a timey-wimey sense. Yes, we are. And if you want to watch along with us, the Cosme link is right above. You can jump in right where we're at. It's about to get good. This is the good scene. This is why the movie needs to be R-rated.
They're going to have some nookie.
Yeah, this was back when they weren't afraid to show a few breasticles once in a while. And I love this musical piece too, because it's basically the Terminator theme in a major chord. Guess what? You're John Connor's daddy. You know, I just found a parallel. Christopher Reeve looking at the girl in the 80s. Yes, Somewhere in Time. Absolutely. That's a great point, Samuel. Reese just got his cherry pop. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it now. I didn't get what you were doing with the meme there, Nate. Okay, I'm a little slow.
Miss.
Yeah, he was kind of shooting at nothing. Little real life Grand Theft Auto there.
Yeah. Basically, our Act 3 here.
Yeah. When do you think Sarah realizes that her mother's dead? You think she has to like literally go and get confirmation?
I don't know, because you see, it never gets brought up again.
Yeah.
I mean, in the books, it gets brought up again, but not in the film.
And I was going to say, she's got to kind of know by the time she's heading down to Mexico at the end of the movie, right?
Yeah, at that point, I would think, yeah.
No, it's
not
the
yet.
car chase with the pipe bombs.
Yeah.
With Arnold on the motorcycle. Ow. And again, with the very clever, see, he drops the big gun because now he's got to go to a handgun. It's what he's got. You see, just in this the span of this movie, she starts to get her shit together, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's still a klutz, obviously, but she's starting to take control. She's starting to do what she needs to take care of herself and Kyle.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a hero's journey for you.
That didn't hurt.
Yeah.
Okay, that hurt. There's always a truck.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to get out of there as quickly as you can. And see, you're already. This is also the same thing that you see in the second movie with the T-1000. It's getting more and more busted up as it goes, starting to malfunction and whatnot. Yikes. That's wow. That's right. He's not after Kyle. He's after her. It's like, oh, I wish I had a short fuse. Yeah, that's a dumpster fire. That's what that is.
That blowed up real good.
Doesn't even need to kill him. He just sees him and tells him to get out. Yeah, exactly. Probably tried to contact her mother after all that was over. It's probably when she realized she's dead. You know, and hopefully she starts engaging the thinky bits and she realizes, yeah, she was already dead. My telling her is what brought the Terminator to me. Yeah, it's not over. It's not over, Sarah.
It's not over till the fat lady sings.
Well, this is also the first of the famous James Cameron fourth acts,
Right.
Which unfortunately everyone started to emulate.
Right. Well, it's good storytelling, so it is a good thing to emulate. You just got to do it right.
Mm-hmm.
It also works a lot better in the theater when you don't know how much time is left in the movie.
But did ya?
This is a pretty cool reveal, though. I got
Yeah.
to say.
She's like,
son of a bitch!
What show is this?
And this is, this is where I feel like we're missing something by not using stop motion anymore. Stop motion is great for a scene like this with a robot that's, all herky jerky. Yeah, Dance of the Skeletons, right, Samuel? And he's still dragging his foot, right? We saw that before he got into the truck.
All the noise and stuff, you won't be able to hear them.
Noise, lights, movement, yeah. I mean, a semi-intelligent machine is going to be able to pick out people breathing from, machines whirring, but, it'll take them a while. Good girl. She's learning. Yes, it absolutely was, and it was wonderful. I mean, you could tell it's stop motion. It doesn't matter. It's still awesome. It's like I always say, right tool, right job. That's interesting. That gave them away, but that's exactly what's gonna end up stopping him too. Okay, maybe not. You get a little like Jason and the Argonauts here.
She's like, okay, yeah, now I'm going to run.
Yeah, right.
Okay, see if you can come back from that.
Well, he kind of does. Okay, must be something on Nate's end. He got kicked out of Cosme, and I can't seem to get back in. I hit refresh multiple times. I've had this problem before. You're going to have to close down your whole browser and reboot the browser. What was that? A piece of shrapnel in her leg?
Yeah, well, technically it got her.
Yeah, I suppose. Didn't kill her, but, it wounded her. See, and this is another good one too, right? None of this, he gets his last word in and it's all sappy and what. Nope, he's dead. That's just how it is. And she's going to see a lot more of this. And again, exactly what he said. He will not stop. As long as he's capable of moving, that is his mission. She fell down after hearing a loud noise. Yeah, exactly, Curtis.
Yeah, I still can't believe they actually got away with that headline.
But there are still people believing it. That's why they get away with that crap.
Yeah.
Take care, Connie. Thanks so much for hanging out with us.
Yeah. Take care, Connie.
Feel better.
Yeah, get well soon. Get some rest.
It's
Terminator fucker.
it's just a matter of time because he literally had his hand around her neck.
Yeah.
Is that really a hand, though?
Well, whatever. Manipulator.
Would that be a digitizer?
Yeah, exactly.
Now he's gone.
Yeah. But he left behind an arm and a chip.
Yep. It was all crushed, but we learned amazing things.
Yep. Yeah, he's all dead. Exactly, Mark.
And why she has a dog.
Yep.
Those watermelons are just begging to be run over.
Yeah. Why didn't you tell me he spoke English?
Just that sentence alone. Looks like her lip is still split from earlier.
Could be. That is what he said. Yeah.
And that's the picture that,
Exactly.
that he had.
Yeah. She was literally talking about him as the picture was taken. Yeah, you don't even know the half of it.
Yeah.
I hope she's got a cover for that Jeep for the inclement weather.
Well, yeah, it's a convertible. I'm sure that there's a cover in the back. Wow. That's a heck of a movie. It really is good. Yeah, they had to acknowledge Harlan Ellison because lawsuits. Yeah, good one. So I'm going to let you guys know because I think there might be some new viewers here, and you might not have been here earlier on in the show. I had subtitles for the first movie. I do not have subtitles for the second one. So sorry about that. I try to provide you with subtitles whenever I can, but that's funny, Samuel. Drum. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, exactly. Oh, it is great. It is just, this music is awesome. It's simple, but very, very effective. Oh boy. Yeah, honestly, I like the second movie. I still like the first one best. It was simple, you know. The second one was great. They really should have stopped for two. Not that they couldn't have done, the future war and all that kind of stuff that leads up to the beginning of one, but they blew it. They screwed it all up. It should be the same Cosmolink, though, Nate. It shouldn't make a difference. That's really weird. And I especially like the sound of the metal on metal. Yeah. I'm guessing that's not actually an instrument. It's just a sound effect. You know, Samuel, that meme actually really works. Sounds like there's somebody off camera that's working on a horseshoe for the horse. Mm-hmm.
So there we are, the Terminator from 1984. Yeah. A great 80s action film.
Brilliant. Just brilliant.
First saw it with my dad, premiere night on HBO.
Any similarities to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental, because we know that the possibility that someone out there has been hunted by a Terminator. It seems unlikely, but it's entirely possible. Hey there, Raider Ridge 760 SoCal. How are you doing? So good to see you. You have probably come at just the perfect time because we have just finished the first movie. We are going to start the second movie. Feel free to go ahead and open up Cosme. We are going to take a brief 4-minute intermission, and we will be coming back on the other side to watch Terminator 2. So, yeah,
he'll be back.
We'll be back. See you on the other side of the intermission. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hey, you guys are having some fun with that music in the chat. I intended it to be cheesy. I'm going for that whole late 70s, early 80s kind of a dealio. Oh yeah, I guess I got to change mine too. Give me just a second. I forgot about that. Let's see. Let's go. There we go. And we'll go with the obvious one, I suppose. Just make it easy. Save images up there. This time I get to be Arnold. Because why not? StreamYard. Edit audio avatar.
Right. While he's doing that, folks, in the chat, if I am having any feedback or audio issues, please let me know. I've been having problems with that of late, so I don't want to, interrupt the show with it or anything. So let me know if there's any issues. I do want to tell everybody who is in my chat, once again, welcome. Thank you for joining us. I was not expecting to be a guest tonight. Hopefully, cyn'scorner will be able to get things repaired on her end and join us. I'd also like to remind everybody at the top of my chat is the GoFundMe for Stone Loki, who was with us earlier. Help out with some medical issues he's been having. Every cent counts. Please feel free to donate.
And this sounds interesting. Raider Rich says, did you know that in the Terminator, when the Terminator hit the cop's head on the window, it was the same cop at the mall in T2 with the camera when the T-800 went through the glass window? That I did not know.
It is the same guy. It is the same guy. William Wisher, who is also the co-screenwriter of the film. Yeah.
Easter
egg cameo there. Yeah.
That is very, very interesting. I love when they do like intentional stuff like that. Okay. So Cosme Link, if you aren't already there, go ahead and open it up. Again, sorry, no subtitles. I should also point out to you that we are watching the T2 Extreme Edition. I have no idea what the hell this particular edit is. I guess we'll find out as we go. Okay, so we're going to get going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, play. And it goes right into the, is this Canon?
Carolco.
Oh, okay. There you go.
One of those old logos from back in the day that I miss.
Right, exactly.
Mario Casar presents.
And here's another establishing shot. Now, if you've seen the first movie, you know what's kind of coming for the world. And you start looking at the world around the heroes and you go, you guys have no idea what's about to happen. And this is what's about to happen. Fallout, Los Angeles, 2029. We could still be on track for this future. Just saying. That's less than half the people in the world. Perfect timing, meme jockeys. You know, these laser effects here, very much of the 80s, right? You see him here, you see him in like all the sci-fi films back then. I like that effect. They don't do anything like that now. I miss that. That neon purplish, you know. And it would be so easy to do with CG these days. But they want it to be as realistic as possible. They want it to look like real lasers.
Mhm.
Screw that.
And you are seeing several different types of effects here. You're getting hand-drawn animation. You're getting stop motion models.
Yep. And like I said, models with forced perspective because they're all different scales.
CGI, as we know it, was just in its infancy. And if this is one of 3 John Connors we get during the course of the film.
Yeah. I really wish they would have tried to be more faithful to this base, you know. I'm not having a problem with them recasting. I just wish they would have done better. Thank you.
He was talking to me, bringing him food.
Yeah, that's part of the problem. We create AIs and then we give them access to movies like this. See, movies like this are supposed to teach us. They're supposed to be a warning for us to prevent this kind of a future. No, we've decided to turn them into how-tos. The humanoid shape, the idea of them being, you know, true human infiltrators back in the 50s, we never would have thought of that. Oh, Charlotte couldn't make it, but she sent word via Curtis to say goodnight to you and I.
Oh,
Well,
Charlotte.
thank you for that.
Yeah, I've got nothing against CG, Nate. I mean, I always say right tool for the right job. There are some effects back in the day that weren't that crisp, that little CG would have nudged up. And yeah, we're going to get some CG, the cutting edge CG in this movie. Honestly, that's where the humanoids robots are all going to come from, Mark. It's going to be people trying to create, you know, six and whatnot. And, you know, it's kind of how technology goes. It starts with porn and it goes from there.
So I can't have a fembot?
I'm saying it's coming one way or the other. Now, I'm
not used to Cylons cool. Looking like Faraday.
Yeah, I love this effect. We don't see this in the first one because they probably just couldn't afford to show it. Now, like I was saying at the beginning of the other one, This is the big switcheroo. We all know where this is going, but back in the day, you would have assumed that Arnold was the bad guy.
Well, even if you didn't know, I think there's a hint to it in this scene. He walks in, half the cast of Stone Cold is in there. They're probably wondering where Lance Henriksen is right now.
Yeah. And of course, the D. Watt Yoakum song on the jukebox. Yeah, this was when I was in college, and I was a bit of a D. Watt Yoakum fan.
Robert Winley, he always plays bikers.
He gets that look like something's wrong. He immediately.
Yeah.
Ooh! Ow! 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 Ooh! Was that a long enough blade to go all the way through and through?
It's supposed to be, but clearly it isn't.
So he's pinned to the pool table? Jeez.
Yeah. And of course, the hint that he might be a good guy is he doesn't actually kill anybody. So obviously, someone has already reprogrammed him for, no unnecessary wet works,
Maybe, but at the same time, it's the same situation as the previous. He doesn't kill if he doesn't have to. He just kills if it's expedient. If it makes everything easier.
This guy did a lot of movies in TV too.
Yeah. Going way back.
Little editing mistake there.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
And see, this is the other thing that, and I get, you're probably right. He probably was programmed, no unnecessary killing, but at the same time, the efficiency of a Terminator would be, this guy is no danger to me. He's not going to stop me in my mission. I don't need to kill him. The ammo is more valuable. You know? Yeah, that shot was just an inch from being an even harder R than it already was. Yeah. What is it with cops always rousing the homeless in these 80s films? Nowadays, they couldn't care less about the homeless. Part of the problem in their city.
Well, they wouldn't get, they'd get sued now. Back then, it wasn't so much a thing.
True.
And I got hiccups.
You gotta be nice to everybody now.
Because there's snowflakes out there.
Thunk. And of course, Robert Patrick in all his glory. Yeah.
Oh, did I miss the full frontal or something?
There was no full frontal.
No.
Well,
Just full
almost.
brackle?
Full brackle, yeah.
everything but, you know. I didn't make the connection between the two films, but I had seen him previous to this. He was in Die Hard 2.
Yeah.
Which was before. He was in, had one of the smaller parts as one of the villains. And,
yeah, he played the Christmas tree.
Yeah.
He played all the ornaments.
He had actually had a number of credits before this and kind of like mid or low budget action movies. And then from like Die Hard 2 on, especially with this, it kind of graduated up, you know?
Yep.
Of course, Jeanette Goldstein, Vasquez from Aliens. Also Titanic, Lethal Weapon 2, Fair Game.
Samuel Proctor says, I call shots like that. X-Men Origins Wolverine cinematography. Yeah, kind of.
Xander Berkeley. You know what was kind of a rare good guy role for him?
Yeah,
Sorry,
if you notice
Netta,
in all these old movies, everyone smoked.
Yep.
You don't see that nowadays.
Mm. Mm-hmm. And the beginning of the Odyssey that is Edward Furlong.
Yep.
Of course, is John Connor. Now our first shot of Sarah.
With long hair.
Yeah.
And ripped muscle.
And yeah. I used to have a buddy who, once this movie hit video, we watched this like probably every other day.
Yeah.
He was like,
Yeah, it's
and
a
he was
shame
always
that
like,
Doctor survived the first movie.
Yeah.
yeah. He always said, yeah, I don't care how crazy she is, I'll take her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's for darn sure.
Oh, so just a few years from now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so the world is definitely screwed then.
Mm-hmm. Robert Patrick is a bit more of a normal looking person, a lot harder to pick out in a crowd. Yeah, exactly. And that's what they're going for. That's the natural progression, right? Especially being able to change form.
What I don't like is him forcing drugs on her.
Yep. That's
yeah, well,
probably one of the biggest problems with the psychiatric field. As soon as they say, well, you're non-compos mentis, well, you also can't, you have no bodily autonomy. What the heck?
Yeah.
Is this an encoding problem? Did I screw up?
It was weird. It's like he got out, they showed her on the floor, then it showed him pulling up again. So let's see if it repeats.
Oh.
Maybe a screw up on my disc. What's he done now?
And you don't need a whole prequel series to explain that line.
Right.
No.
And he's very effective, right? As an infiltrate, because he's not going to just start killing indiscriminately. He's getting all the information he can, and he's being nice to do it because he knows it'll give him every advantage.
I think he improvised that line, if I remember correct.
Yeah. Why 300? Because that was the maximum you could take out of a ATM. Easy. Man, Nate, you are just, your timing is perfect.
No, she's the cool mom.
Yeah. How many moms do you know would do stuff like that? That was just a good weekend for her.
I'm only trying to save the world, you know.
I mean, here you are stealing money and, you know, being a bum. You're not a loser. See, and that's the kind of thinking that you saw her eventually coming to in the first movie. She wasn't getting it. And now she does, obviously.
So that's when I would pretend that, yeah, I guess I was just dreaming it all just so I can get out.
Yeah. I love the fact that it actually is the truth. And they cut right to it so you can see it.
Corporate malfeasance? No.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that dinosaur balloon back there. I was like, oh, wait a minute. Is this are they putting together Jurassic Park here too?
I like how this is all in one shot.
Yeah. Don't ask.
And here's the thing, you would expect that the guy who created Skynet would be this kind of frothing at the mouth loony, but he's not. He's just this regular guy. He's lets this things just kind of get ahead of him,
Yeah.
He's not like, I'm going to take over the world. No, he's just like, he's just fascinated with this thing and just trying to figure it out.
Because in the real world, that's the way it goes, Yeah.
And
it's not like this is his technology that he owns. No. It belongs to the company.
Well, of course. I mean, I would never.
It's like, I just want to see my son. That's all.
Now, see, I think any sane person would do this too. You have to pretty much be a psychopath to hold yourself in check in a situation like this. The model citizen.
Oh, that was lucky.
And see, really, at this point, if you didn't already know the story, you wouldn't have any reason to believe that the Terminator is the good guy and that the other one is the bad guy.
Of course, the young Nikki Cox there.
Was that Nikki Cox? Really? Wow.
Yeah. Sorry, man.
Here's the funny thing. He steals $300 so he could pump them into arcade games. Yeah. Yeah. See, that's the giveaway, right?
Mm.
This is the big reveal.
And he's like, oh, great. Now I got this guy.
Well, yeah, when someone's coming at you with a shotgun, it's like, oh, crap.
Down.
There's the reveal, right? Right up until that moment, you're not certain.
You need to aim for the head, dude.
It kind of doesn't matter.
Cinder blocks and drywall. Very
Yeah, the
thin,
drywall
though.
isn't quite as impressive.
Well, because it was so darn thin, too.
Yeah.
It was like foam core.
Yeah,
Double
I brought
take.
you flowers. Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly.
Hey, that guy.
Here he comes. It all starts just in time.
Right?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, though. You could really believe that he would be able to keep up with that bike.
Yeah, he actually did. They had to get him to slow down because he was catching up to the bike.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, and his running is so efficient. You know, it's like you'd expect machine efficiency. You don't bring me flowers. You don't blow my head off. You hardly shoot at me anymore. Yeah, you really shouldn't stop. Yeah.
It's like, are you shooting me?
No, you know, this should have been an obvious thing. You should have expected this. Go, 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 go. Robert Patrick trained so well for this running scene, they had to shoot it over and over again because he kept overtaking the bike, right? It was worth it, though, because it's purely believable. You see it and you're like, man, I really believe he could catch up to the bike. Yeah, well, apparently he could. Yeah, just from this bit with the semi, you know, they had a bigger budget. I'm being chased by an indestructible maniac in a black Optimus Prime truck. That's video game tactics there. Oh, you just made it into a convertible. Slow-mo so you can appreciate the stunt. That's pretty impressive. Yep, that helps. Boom. Yep, that'll slow him down. That kind of won't make any difference. Yeah, no, that's exactly what it's for, Samuel. Yep, lever action shotgun. I think a shotgun will probably be my next purchase.
You won't let me have a Sig Sawyer, but you want a shotgun.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get both.
I saw this once with my my grandmother, my aunt, and my twin cousins, and when he walks out of the fire like that, my grandmother's like, "What?"
Yeah, and I feel like you could blame Zack Snyder for that, Samuel. Because I'm smart. Yeah, I don't know what the heck. Something got screwed up in the encoding of this disc.
They thought the line was so good, they wanted to play it twice.
I would. Well, you asked for a quarter. I gave you a quarter.
So I'm sorry. What's her relationship to John?
Guardian.
Foster parents.
Oh, foster. Okay, I didn't know if she was supposed to be like a sister or an aunt or something. I mean, sister to Sarah.
Thunk.
Honestly, he kind of had it coming. I do like that he held the milk carton until just when the camera was on him.
He's a fun date.
Quick change artist. Stab, stab, stab.
Stabby, stabby, stabby.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Because this is exactly what I was saying earlier, that they used to write sequels with the assumption that a good part of your audience may not have seen the prequels or the previous films. So you had to kind of explain what they were missing.
Yeah, and she's been trying to tell you for 7
Yeah,
years.
exactly. It's like, I knew this was going to happen, and I've been telling you it was going to happen. Curtis, I will bet you dollars to baked beans in that scene that Raul Julia had cables going up his arms. And when he put the knives together, he was closing a circuit to make those sparks. Only it's not. Yep. Don't hold me to that, Curtis. I'm just looking at it and guessing how it was done. There might be another way they could have done it. And this is, again, very clever writing, because he doesn't know that the Terminator will obey any order he gives him.
Oh no.
Look like a chicken.
Don't do Batman and Robin.
Yeah. Moi.
We're just trying to help.
See, and it's this theme that leads me to believe he hasn't been programmed to not kill until now. It's what I do. And I'm good at it.
Unless they're really, really bad.
And figure it out quick, because I'm burning my hand right now.
Right? Yes, you're right. I didn't realize he was holding it by the barrel. That's right. He would be burning his hand.
And you don't fire because you're going to shoot your Wiener Schnitzel off.
Yeah.
Have a little weapon safety in our movie here, please. I just really didn't care.
I would appreciate if they just teach Hollywood to practice trigger safety.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, I forgot about this scene.
This loss.
It's right up there with that bit in Dune where Piter. Yeah, no.
Yeah, but the story that I heard was that this dude was like the nicest guy on the set, and like didn't really want to be encouraged a little bit. I know it's the scene, but I kind of don't really want. No, let's go for it.
Yeah, you'd have to feel really uncomfortable doing that. It's like,
it's
like, Linda, you're gonna have to give me 100% okay to do this scene.
I wasn't watching because I thought she was gonna like stab him in the eye or something.
He licked her face.
Ew.
No. Which gives her even more of an incentive to get out of there, because you don't know what this asshole's going to come back and do next, you know?
Exactly. I do like the fact that she uses the closure of the buckle to straighten the thing in order to be able to pick the lock. Like a regular Houdini, isn't she?
She knows she needs to get out of there.
Yep.
Wow, look at that mullet.
Yep. He's already gone.
Well, sort of.
Well, gone from her view.
Yeah.
It's amazing what she could do with a paperclip.
Alec Baldwin would go beyond having to practice trigger safety. I just mean the dingbats that whenever they pose with the guns, they have their finger on the trigger. Yeah, Alec Baldwin is a whole other level of stupid.
And we get our first of 2 sets of twins in this film.
Yeah, the use of twins is brilliant.
Yeah. Don and Dan Stanton, who are also in Good Morning Vietnam.
And
I think they were in like one of the Honey, I Shrunk the Kids movies.
I mean, if you've got twins, they work great for special effects and they work great for comedy.
Okay, but he's supposed to touch the guy in order to imitate him.
He walked over him.
Oh. The Terminator's taller.
And I think this brother made a joke between takes, like, you have no idea how long I've been wanting to do that.
I would imagine, yeah. Oh, it was actually Linda's idea? I mean, yeah.
To have her
To have that
was it? Yeah. Yeah, that
face-licking
was
thing happen.
yeah. Well, that's
And this is also video game logic. She starts out with a broom handle, moves up to a billy club. You know, you keep trading up.
Yep. And she opened the door with a paperclip. But now she should have his keys.
Yeah.
I never did notice that, Nate. That's a good point.
He's got weird looking ears.
And, you know, it's kind of cheap. You know, they turn away, you come back. He's you know, changed back. But it's a great way and a very effective way to, you know, do the transformation without having to spend a lot of money on special effects.
Crack.
She's been wanting to do that for a long time. Wow.
Well, she's in no rush to build up a girl herself, you know.
I like that he doesn't speak in contractions.
You didn't kill him. It's like I didn't kill him.
Never walk straight again, but you know.
Yeah, he'll live. Well, you know, it's a good point. What he's basically saying is, I did what you said. I didn't kill him. You didn't specify I can't maim him. Yeah, I would probably say go with minimal physical damage whenever possible. That's a good point. I know. I wouldn't even have to have anything in the syringe. Someone's sticking a needle in my neck.
I don't like needles.
No, neither do I. Because I always get the idiot who like, I can't find a vein. So like stick me 3 or 4 times, you know?
Right. And now at this point, we know that Arnold is the good guy, but she doesn't. Samuel, probably not, but it is possible. Which wouldn't be fatal, but ew. Yeah. So as far as she's concerned, that's it. I'm dead. You know?
It's like, Mom.
Ooh. Ow. Those are reinforced glass. That would really hurt.
You broke my glasses.
I like those glasses. I stole them fair and square.
If you were to live.
It's like he's my Terminator.
Which you have to wonder if he was programmed to say to her in a circumstance like that, because that's what Kyle had said to her. And it is entirely possible that John would have known that and told him that.
Clink.
And now after seeing this, it's like the psychiatrist has got to be going, either I've completely fallen into the same delusion. Okay, that time you were a little slow there, Nate. There you go, headshot. But like I said, it doesn't really matter.
He had a splitting headache.
But a perfect part. I mean, and Linda Hamilton is in like such perfect shape.
Yeah.
And by shape, I mean 2 points.
You're in throwing distance.
Mick Rogers.
Yeah, Neil Patrick Harris looking MFer.
Yeah. It was
Ouch.
Mel Gibson stunt double in a lot of movies.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, she's going to need to find some shoes.
Well, yeah. I mean, she is incredibly traumatized by that model of Terminator.
Mm-hmm.
And she wasn't prepared to face one down. She was expecting to only be dealing with humans. Plop, 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 plop. Good Terminator video games. I am the wrong person to ask. You should probably ask Boomer.
Yeah, he's the big game guy.
He would know better than I would. I mean, I should think so. I actually remember playing a pretty good arcade game of Terminator 2, actually. Yeah, that's right. Hit him again before he gets another grip on the car. See, here's a setup that I was expecting something to come of, and we don't really get. He touched the piece of metal, which means, in theory, he should be able to turn into John Connor if he wants to. But that never comes up.
No. This is a good character moment here.
Yeah. I also love that we get to see his enhanced vision.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a hug. She's looking to make sure he's safe.
Yeah. Well, we can always drive you back, you know?
Yeah. Actually, Mark, I think that's basically the same special effects they used for Odo.
She's like,
I
what are you
would
thinking? The
think.
kid's like, I was thinking I was trying to say my mom.
But the Terminator's sitting there going, I told him that.
Way to bust your kid's balls.
I have to do UA Bowl movies for the rest of my career.
Yeah.
It was in my contract.
I said I would do it again if I could be the hero.
Yeah. That's a nice spike.
Think I'll take it.
Yeah.
Didn't the Ghostbusters stop here in Afterlife? Lug nuts. I mean, he's not gonna lie. Right, he had to learn to shoot without blinking, which is not an easy thing.
No. He is one of those few actors I've noticed who can like fire a weapon without blinking. That
Great
definitely
setup
carries
for
over to other films,
great
yeah.
setup for 3 when she's gonna die from cancer because she's smoking.
Jump.
Sorry, happened again. I don't know what the hell's wrong with this particular disc. That's a great transition. Him just standing there as the sun comes up.
Oh,
Accelerated time.
I think I know what might have happened.
What?
Did you do you have the disc or did you burn it?
Yeah. No, I ripped it from the original disc, transferred it over to the other computer.
If I am remembering
She
correctly.
needs shoes.
Uh-huh.
What you're remembering?
Well, there's the part where they got the shoes. All right. Now, if you're working off the version of this movie that I think that you are, that's back in the day when they used to have what they called the branching version, where you could watch it with the new, if it's like an extended version, you could watch it with or without.
Gotcha. And this has gotten them confused.
It's jumping over the extended scenes.
Okay. Well, that's fine. Like I said, this is a 2-disc set, the Extreme DVD. since I don't have a player on my other computer, I usually make MP4s of them to watch them.
Mhm.
Didn't realize that was a problem with this one.
In the extended version, there's an extra scene where they take his chip
reprogram him,
out
yeah.
and they reprogram him, and there's the whole debate that Sarah and John have of, are they going to smash the disc and just finish him off?
Yeah.
And John wins out. They put the disc back in, and the Terminator says, was there a problem? And they're like, nope, no problem. I don't know.
Yeah.
I hope there's no ammo in those guns.
No, those are toys.
They look very realistic.
Well, they used to make them look realistic, but then police would start shooting too many kids who had them, so they had to make them look orange and pink and all now.
Which is just brilliant because people could just take their guns and paint them orange and pink.
No, you got to paint the tip orange.
Paint the little tip orange, right? Exactly. Remember when Netter and I used to work security for Star Trek cons and steampunk cons? I had friends that I would have to look at their sidearms, and they would be real, basically real handguns that they used for reenactments and stuff, but they'd paint the tip neon orange. I'd say, oh, this has to be fake. It's a neon orange gun. You're fine.
I know stuff.
Yeah. I am a Terminator. I kill and I know stuff.
Yeah.
Yep. There's another one.
There's another one. We get a scene there where Dyson's family, because he's working all the time, and they finally talk him into having a day with the family.
Yeah. Which, of course, humanizes him and whatnot. Was he the same actor that was in Eureka?
Yes.
That's what I thought. Yeah, Joe Morton.
Joe Morton, yeah.
Oh, interesting. He played Silas Stone in Justice League. I kind of wish those characters were done better.
This actor here, he was in The Usual Suspects as well. And he did an episode of Alias where he played a Frenchman.
So she learned Spanish since the last
Oh,
time.
yeah. Well, she was going down to Mexico at the end of the last movie.
Yeah. McBain. Bob McBain.
Right.
I feel bad for the kid. He's got such a janky haircut. It's not cut the least bit even.
Well, it was a thing. What the hell is this?
They make them really small down here, don't they?
Oh. Living room, dining room, arsenal.
Right, exactly.
Of course. Well, she's got ammo for all those. Those look like ammo boxes, so she must.
Be prepared, Jimmy, because old Satan Claus, he's out there.
That's right. She's got great t-shirts in this movie.
Those are called tank tops, dear.
Mm-hmm. Here we go again.
Yeah.
That's okay.
It's because you wanted to see her boobs again.
Yep.
Keep in mind, you still are within throwing distance.
I know. Yeah, that kind of is the formula, Samuel. I've seen that in a lot of things. Predator, same thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what else messes with your head? That long damn hair. Get a haircut, kid.
I told you, his hair is really janky.
Yeah.
The sides are all cut crooked. Everything.
Does not compute.
No, I don't get it, and I know what he's talking about. No.
Mm.
And it will. Yep. Dogs are good. I mean, she's kind of got to have a bit of a Cassandra complex, right? She knows what's coming, but if she tries to tell anyone, they think she's nuts.
Yeah. The toddler here actually is her son.
Is it? That's Leslie's boy?
Dalton. No, it's Linda Hamilton's.
Oh,
son.
it's
okay.
Dalton Abbott. Yeah,
Gotcha.
her son with Bruce Abbott.
Gotcha.
Your thumb, my thumb.
Yeah, right. Now, see, I can see in between takes her saying to Leslie, well, I feel good. At least you went first. Maybe by a split second, but still.
How was she still able to scream?
Yeah, no, she wouldn't have been able to. But then again, it was just a dream.
Dream.
So
I mentioned before that I saw this once with my aunt and cousins and my grandmother. My cousins went, "Is that what it's really supposed to look like?" And and they went,
Yeah.
"Let's not do that."
Yeah, it would be best if that did not happen. Yeah.
Now, John explains in that previous dialogue he had, one of the guys that she hooked up was this quote unquote crazy ex-Green Beret guy. Now, in the original version of the script, she goes to see him. He's this character named Travis Gant, and he has like this whole compound down in Mexico. It's just like he basically has like an army, you know.
Yeah.
And Enrique is like his number 2, second command guy.
Makes sense. But you figure that's the beginning of that resistance, right?
Yeah.
I think that's probably the hardest part. The kid's trying to yell, and he's got that squeak that'll come out in the middle of words.
Right.
Yeah.
And the reality is, I get that the future can be changed. It's not like, set or anything like that. But it is kind of like trying to divert a river. There are things in motion, and you take out Dyson, that's not going to prevent the project from continuing. Oh, here we go again. Sorry, guys. But it does give her a chance to line up the shot again. Oh. Oh, well, she blew it. Yeah, there comes a point where you got to realize that's no good.
Why they're just standing there to begin with, I don't get. It's like, I hear gunshots, I'm running.
I love that it's that Terminator type music. Like she's now a Terminator. Because that's really what she's doing.
He doesn't know what you're talking about.
Exactly.
Nope.
You hear it in the music, right? Dun, 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 and then it just peters out as humanity kind of takes over.
I like her outfit, though.
Yeah. If she was an action figure, she'd have swappable arms.
Was that your security system? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Didn't really work, did it?
No. There you go.
See, here's the real lesson here. There's no point in saving humanity if you lose your humanity.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. There's really no other.
Wait, where's my sister? Oh, we cut her out of the film.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Man, this Law and Order spinoff took a turn, didn't it?
Oh, that's funny, Nate.
Listen, be very carefully.
Now that she's finished with her shooting up spree, she's laying her hair down.
Yeah. He took it pretty well. I mean, that's what Oppenheimer said too, right? You know, it kind of does make sense that they have her die off from cancer after she's been smoking through the whole second movie. And it's kind of like, for all of her, you know, trying to protect her son, trying to protect humanity and everything, she's killing herself.
Well, unless you decide Dark Fate erases all that. Or that the series does.
Oh, no, Dark Fate didn't happen at all. Yeah, you know, if I had my choice, we'd go off into the Sarah Connor Chronicles tangent. And then there's the moving road motif. Which is kind of the way it's supposed to be, right? See, Mark, I would say it's not a temporal causality loop. I do think that there is a history that initiates this without the Terminator coming back in time. And every instance of time travel is causing alternate futures, alternate timelines.
And this actor here playing the security guard, he was in Glory, but if you blink, you miss him.
Oh.
And he was also the Interpol agent in a movie called Framed with Jeff Goldblum and Kristen Scott Thomas. It was an HBO movie. No, art heist film.
Oh, he means the edit jumps, yeah.
This guy did a lot of TV as well.
Yeah.
The kid's like, I got
Yeah,
this.
I got this.
Yeah, everything in this movie is pretty well set up.
Yeah. Yeah, and it never and it never feels like, you know, it's you know, just thrown together. If there is a narrative point here, they've already inserted us seeing him breaking into the ATM earlier in the movie to set up he's got the skills. Yep, that'll do it. I hope those aren't Halon. It is Halon.
Or use these.
Do they still use Halon suppressors? Because they're like really dangerous. Are you my mummy?
Now, if you're wondering why did it take the T-1000 so long to get to Dyson's house, it's because he took a little side trip to Mexico.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, they just didn't film it. Yep. That's him smashing the model of the chip.
Yep.
Obviously.
I mean, it's fine to interpret it that way, Nate, but we've seen Judgment Day move up and down so many times. I don't see anything that says that it doesn't happen, I don't know, maybe further forward They start messing with time. It changes it again. Then there's the temporal loop that we see in 1 and 2. Then they change it again with the Sarah Connor Chronicles. They change it again with Genesis.
Excuse me.
Remember, for every temporal loop you see, there's potentially infinite number of previous cycles that we don't see. And it's entirely possible that there was one that had no time travel whatsoever.
All of them.
Trust me.
Trust me.
And the chopper pilot here is the same guy who was in Die Hard.
In Die Hard? Okay.
Yeah.
Put your hands on top of your head. Bend over and kiss your ass goodbye.
Yeah.
Yeah, you realize what he's doing is he's shooting up all the cars and he's driving them back. And now he can blow up the cars because there's no one around them. Human casualties, 0. Property damage, about 340,000 and counting. Yeah, I caught that. He paused so that they could get away from the car before he shot.
Mm-hmm.
Or you could just do that. But here would be my other concern. Who has worked on the project and still knows enough about it that they can continue the work?
Yeah, well, that's when the plot line of the third movie kicks in.
True. That's true. Yeah.
And when they get to Genesis, it's Danny who starts off Skynet.
Right.
Yeah. Which he should totally not be doing as a character.
Right.
Yeah.
Suppression fire.
Mm-hmm. And even though you can't see his face, the SWAT commander here is played by Dean Norris, of course, Breaking Bad.
Oh, okay.
Many other films, yeah.
He's going to make room.
There is now.
That's right. He'd gotten shot
Yep.
again.
Yeah, he knows he can't make it.
Boom.
Yep.
I like this as his last breath until
Yeah.
and stops.
No, there's a Sarah Connor Chronicles too, Nate. Sorry, I won't give up the Sarah Connor Chronicles. Terminator Resistance. Okay. First person shooter. Interesting.
Yeah, okay. I tell you, this new Jack Slater movie didn't go into the direction I thought it was going to. Great makeup effects here.
Yeah. See, this is where you see the big improvement over, the really analog type things they had in the first movie.
He's not killing him.
Boom. Boom. So is riding a motorcycle up the stairs really the most efficient way to get to where you're going? Here, hold this.
Hey, you're learning, kid.
Yeah, you're learning. Samuel Proctor. Ow. I'm not sure which one he's specifically referring to, but there was plenty of them. Ow.
Well, there's going to be a few more owls before this is over.
Right?
Yeah, out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, right.
Get our fourth act here.
Yeah, his shots are a lot more accurate.
Hmm.
You know what I was wondering? Can he create extra appendages? Like
You're about
extra,
to, yeah, right here. Yeah.
I was just thinking an extra arm to hold the control lever
Yeah,
might be a good idea.
Yeah, that's a thing that people think that's a mistake. That's a continuity error, that you can see somebody's arm manipulating the controls. No, it's an effect. He grew an extra pair of arms.
Oh, okay. I just saw it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's subtle though.
Yeah.
It would look like an error because it wasn't focused on. Okay, that was actually pretty clever. Stop short, cause it to crash. Yeah. That's not so good. The flipping, no, bad. Hello. Better than you. Honestly, you see someone looking like that and you see metal underneath, I would just assume, he had a previous injury and there was a metal plate or something.
Okay.
Yeah, for whatever good it's going to do. This is why they needed your truck. Must go faster. Must go faster.
You want to get on push? It might help.
Yeah.
Oh no, would it help if I got on push? It might.
Yeah. Now the truck has a limitation. It's going to overheat if he can't overtake them quickly.
Miss.
I would say the whole Sarah Connor Chronicle was great until they decided to quit just in the middle with no story. Just done. We give up.
Popcorn.
I would love, huh? I would love to find out that there was like a comic book resolution to the Sarah Connor Chronicles or something like that.
Oh, does it end in a cliffhanger?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Oh.
Because it didn't get picked up for the next season. It just ends. Whee!
This Demolition Man sequel is weird.
Yeah, exactly. Liquid nitrogen and molten metal. Not a great combination. And Sarah's like, yep, I've been here before.
So he can't liquid metal back from that?
Right now he's freezing. He's becoming solid.
Lucas just like, what?
I love the scene where all the cops try to take out the Terminator in Sarah Connor Chronicles, and the Giant Cash song that man comes around is playing. Yeah.
Yeah, but as soon as he melts, he'll be able to come back together again.
Yes, but at least for now, they've got time to get away. And see, that is the problem because first off, they're in California, so it's going to start thawing pretty quick, but they're also in a smelter, so. Was this done with like mercury or something?
I think so.
It'd probably be the easiest to work with. You could always film it backwards or whatever. Okay, unless I'm mistaken, there's going to be another jump here in just a minute.
Yeah, there's going to be a couple. Yeah.
When it jumps over the scene where he, starting to malfunction. So what it comes down to is all the missing scenes are kind of unnecessary. They're nice, but they're not entirely necessary for the overall story.
That's one of them right there where he starts to match up at the floor. There's another one where he puts his hand on one of the OSHA railings and that.
And he gets stuck to it for a minute.
Gets stuck to it, yeah.
That you were just here a second ago.
Yeah.
That's actually a pretty cool maneuver. And so is that. I mean, if you're liquid metal and you can do something like that, it kind of makes sense you would do that.
And in the theatrical edit, that's the first time you start to see him glitch.
Yep. That's fine. You get the idea.
Yeah.
That repeated line, "No, it's too hot," kind of felt like a video game cutscene telling you you're going too far away from the map. Yeah, no, we don't want to go this way. This is bad. This is no. So my understanding from the extraneous material is that the three Terminators and Kyle went back in time at roughly the same time, and then the facility was destroyed in the future. So if that's the case, what would have happened if the first Terminator had succeeded and killed Sarah Connor? What would this guy be doing now? If your Cosme stopped, then you might have to refresh.
Yeah.
That's interesting. He doesn't understand. There's no torture, no threat that's going to get her to comply. Bloop. I always wondered what happened to the liquid Terminator in Sarah Connor Chronicles that was raising the boy. Your lap is so cold, Mom. You mean the ginger girl? Yeah, that was an interesting situation. She ends up helping them, but she's clearly got her own motivations. It's not entirely clear what ends up happening with her.
And I never saw Sarah Connor Chronicles straight through to the end, so
I would recommend it, except because it's got no real ending. It's like a bridge to nowhere.
Mm.
There can be only one.
Yeah.
Well, I think they intended to answer that, Curtis, but you know, it ended. Got canceled.
But Shirley Manson, she was a Terminator as well, yes or no?
Pardon me?
In Sarah Connor Chronicles, was Shirley Manson a Terminator as well?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
But
I don't remember if I saw up to that reveal or not.
But like I said, she helped them, but she also seemed to be on the other side too. She seemed to play both sides. It was really unclear what her overarching motivation was.
Don't fall for a kid.
Yeah, he knows his mother wouldn't call for help. She's already castigated him for coming to help her.
Yes, so what's he doing?
Yeah, there we go again. I don't know what could have been different there. Oh, I see. I see. Actually, that was probably better left out.
Come on, you need like 3 more shots to get him over the edge. Come on, one more.
Or
Yeah,
push him.
She dropped around, so.
Right.
Yeah.
She had one more round. Right, exactly.
I will do my Blakely Churko impression.
Boom. Yeah, that look of surprise. It's like, oh. See, and that's another thing. I did get the impression.
This Beetlejuice sequel looks weird.
Yeah. I did get the impression that the T-1000 was evolving too. That he, had these moments of surprise and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. But he was becoming more vicious. He started killing when he didn't have to. Just like he just wanted to kill.
All the incarnations.
Mm-hmm. There, we just saw 2 heads for a moment. So yeah, makes it very clear he probably had the possibility of creating extra limbs. Ew. Gollum. Gollum, yeah, exactly. I meant just butt him with the edge of the gun. He was really that close for a moment. Terminated.
No.
Yep.
The ultimate killer becomes the ultimate savior.
Yep. Technically, you'll meet him again.
Yeah.
Do you realize he sends both of his father figures back in time to be killed?
Yep.
Think about that for a second. Who wants to live forever? Oh, sorry, wrong movie. So he won, and this is his prize. Damn. Do.
I wonder what they're really lowering him into. I mean, it's obviously not molten lead or whatever.
Yeah. Well, you can see the flames around him. That's animation, in After Effects. That's actually a very clever way to show, zoop, he's out.
That because he couldn't self-delete. So.
Right. Getting the longest vacation ever. Yeah, exactly. See, but here is the problem. If, as Nate was saying earlier, it's just the two and that's it. It can't be, because then you wouldn't have been able to change the future. It'd be like the whole remake of the Time Machine. None of that stuff happened, so it couldn't. Everything came from nowhere, and then it didn't happen. It doesn't work that way. There has to be a cause and effect, even if it's in reverse order.
You see, that's one of the mistakes that the Crow reboot makes. Okay, and I'm going to be going into spoilers here a little bit.
No,
okay,
I know I think if we've been following you, we already know the spoiler. He basically sacrifices himself, but in doing so, it's a back in time kind of thing, and it's like, well,
yeah. Well, does that mean that nobody after that point died, and are the bad guys still coming after her? In which case, okay, what have you solved other than all you've done is Eric is stuck in purgatory?
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to Terminator, this is the bitch of it, is it becomes a choose your own adventure. What is the Terminator to you? To you, does it stop after the second movie? Does the Sarah Connor Chronicles count to you? I happen to like Terminator Salvation, but you cannot have Terminator Salvation without the ending of Rise of the Machines.
Right.
So it's kind of like,
I hate to say it, but the only neat way to do it is no, there aren't two movies. There is only one movie. The first Terminator, it ends. It is a stable causality loop, and that's it. The future continues. There is still Judgment Day. There is still the fight against the machines. The humans ultimately win, and humankind recovers after the war with the machines. That's the only way this works. And the time loop is just a side quest, sort of. The machine's last ditch effort to stop their nemesis, but in so doing, they actually create their own demise.
in here, of course, is the Guns N' Roses song "You Could Be Mine."
Yep.
Which, if in case anybody is wondering, and I know there was a complaint at the time, well, the lyrics don't have anything to do with the movie. Well, it wasn't really like written for the movie. It's was a song that they put into
Right.
them.
It's just a cool song to listen to over the closing credits.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Now read the Bantam book. It said.
I did. Actually, yeah.
It's like a command. Now read the book. Damn it.
Which, if you happen to find it or if you have it, I do recommend, because it has it sticks pretty close to the film, and you get the extra bits and a few other insertions that book's writer throws in. Not throws in that sense, but
I know what you mean. Yeah.
We brought up, for example, in the first film, the whole situation with her mother that gets revisited in the book.
Oh, that makes sense.
So like I said, yeah, stuff that makes sense. Written by a guy named Randall Frakes. So
see, I think a lot of people, I don't know how many people remember, they used to make novelizations for almost every movie.
Oh yeah.
I mean, movies you wouldn't have thought needed a novelization, right? So you expect it for all the sci-fis, right? You expect it for Terminator, Star Wars, and Star Trek and whatnot. Did you know that there was a novelization for both Grease and Grease 2? Yeah. And again, it fills in more of the story. The novelization of Grease is told from Sonny's perspective. Sonny, the one T-Bird who, can she get me a friend? He's basically the troubadour who's following Danny around and telling his story, Anyway, it's really cool, and I love getting those extra details, But anyway, so there you go. It's late. What you got coming up that I might not have covered before the stream deleted?
Well, all right. Well, tomorrow night, of course, hopefully Cyn will have her internet up and running, and she will join me for the Mystery Movie Night podcast. I obviously I'm going to wait and tell everybody when we get to the show what movie we saw, but it is one that I was not expecting to like.
Oh,
but it's surprisingly very emotional.
Wow, nice.
And I really got into it. So yeah, one of the biggest surprises of the year. So yeah, we'll be reviewing that, and of course, right, that would be at 7 p.m. Right afterwards, of course, we'll be at 8:30 live from Sparkwood 21.
Yep.
Where we're all going to be together again with Aged Boomer, and we're going to be watching part 11 of Twin Peaks: The Return.
Everyone bring your own cherry pie.
Indeed. And I see what you did there, because I understand there's a certain somebody who comes back in this episode. Right?
Well, there is a certain cherry pie.
Or at least this reference.
That shows up.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's see. Excuse me. Wednesday, I don't have anything planned for right now, which is not to mean I'm not going to do something, but we'll see. Let's see. It gets me on over to Thursday. There will be no action theater this week.
You
Bill's
just
got some.
actioned out this week, is what you're saying, right?
No. Bill and I were originally going to show Thunderball, which has been by request, and we're going to have to push that back a week because he's got to take care of some things on the home front. So no action theater this week. But there will be, of course, right after Thursday things will be the weekend update. That'll be at the approximately 11:30 on the East Coast. Let's see, Friday, I am going to be joining Big Al Presents along with Outlaw Bill for a special, Friday the 13th edition, and we're going to be watching Friday the 13th Part 2. First appearance of Jason.
Well, the first appearance of adult Jason as the murderer.
Adult Jason, yeah. Yes, he is in the first movie.
Because until the second movie happens, the first movie doesn't show Jason. It is apparently just a dream segment, but
or
based on based on the fact that it gets a sequel, then it wasn't a dream sequence. So there you go.
No. Again, a series that's kind of a choose your own adventure. What exactly is the time frame of the Friday the 13th movies? I guess we'll hash that out when we get to.
I guess because as an adult, I always thought it was like late 70s, early 80s, but then you go back and you watch it, it implies that it's earlier, right?
Yeah. And
so
then
I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's that. And then you get, there's like 2 or 3 movies in a row where the timeline sort of suggests that those movies happen over a few days. So there's that.
Okay, I can kind of see that too.
Yeah. And
although some of the later ones you could definitely put long spans of time in, if you assume that Jason is like immortal or whatever, then there could be generations in between.
Well, there is a point where he is
goes into space in the future. So
goes into space. And I know everybody hates that Jason X movie, but I get a kick out of it. I have a lot of fun. I get that it's bad, but it is fun. I love that movie. It is so bad.
By the same token, you also have Bloodlines, Hellraiser Bloodlines. And for crying out loud, he goes to space. I thought that was a great movie. The problem with it was really 3 movies squeezed into one. They could have made 3 movies out of it. It would have been much, much better. Anyway,
could have had its own trilogy. Okay. Yeah, I took us there. So, but the Hellraiser movies are something we could talk about sometime.
Absolutely.
Who knows? Maybe even do a couple of them sometime down the line.
I think we absolutely will. Yes.
Yeah. And let's see. I got up to Friday. Of course, like I said, Friday. Films with Friends, hosted by Big Al Presents. Outlaw Bill and I will be joining him for Friday the 13th Part 2. Then, of course, right after that will be, it's your show. And you've brought it up earlier in the show. It's going to be your 9/11.
Exactly.
Show.
9/11 remembrance and retrospective. So that will be Friday at 9 Central, 10 Eastern, right? And then, of course, Sunday is the deleted scenes day.
Yeah, will be Western Cinema Presents again with Bill, simulcasting on both channels, and we are going to be watching the director's cut of Sam Peckinpah's The Wild Bunch. So buckle up, because that's a bumpy ride, that movie, but very good. 8 o'clock, I do not have a topic for Unscripted yet. I'm
So you're gonna
sure
wing
somebody
it.
will do something. I might. We'll see. Usually by Wednesday, I'll have an idea of what I want to talk about, and it is a show where unscripted. It's in the title. I mean, I did a show a couple of weeks ago that I considered maybe writing something for, but just go in and wing it. Just be yourself, and
Because
do the
otherwise it's
stream
not
of consciousness
unscripted.
thing. So yeah, I'll come up with something, by that point in time, and of course, Geeky Geezers.
Yep.
Where I'm sure there will be a James Earl Jones in remembrance.
Yes.
As we lost him today at the age of 93. Man had a hell of a run, and
Yeah, he did.
a legendary career, and
a heck of a voice.
Indeed. And I'm sure you and Boomer will have more to say than the official Star Wars website has said so far, which is zero.
I was going to say, they probably haven't even said anything, so
no,
screw them.
They haven't. And let's see. And of course, right after Geeky Geezers, get yourself a nice beverage, a little midnight snack. Hopefully, I will not doze off again between shows. And up and running will be the next episode of The Other Side of Midnight. So that's what I'm doing between now and Sunday. And of course, if there are any changes, anything new comes up, there might be a couple of other reviews, a couple of other little things I'm thinking about doing. So stay tuned to my community page. If there's anything off schedule that I'm going to be involved with. My channel is looking like it's getting shadow banned right now because there's some weird stuff going on with the number of views, and YouTube seems to think that the people who watch my shows are bots when I know damn well they're not, because you're all here in the chat right now. So
yep,
I know who you are, even if YouTube doesn't. So
yeah, you don't know we're not bots. Don't assume. No.
Don't assume that I am not a robot earthling. What?
Yeah, exactly.
Exterminate. All right. Yes, Daleks are attacking my channel. Anyway, I'd rather have the Daleks at this point, to be honest. The real ones.
Right.
Yeah. So, anywho, yeah, that's that's what I've got going on. You see, that's why I have a show for that. I kind of need to.
There you go. And,
I wonder who's on. I wonder who's on the most anymore. I mean, nobody can beat Tom Connors, but I'm kind of getting there, I think.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. So, Netter, you want to take us out?
Yeah.
Okay, let me get my gun. I gotta get my ammo.
Oh boy. Just don't shoot me.
She'd have to just shoot my computer. I don't think that would do much to you.
Yeah. Okay. Y'all know that I always make a point of saying to please make sure you're sub to every member of the panel as well as every member of the chat. And of course, Cyn, who wasn't able to join us tonight because internet. Yes. And if you think you're sub, please go double check that you're still sub because YouTube. And remember, if you're not sub to somebody, go to their channel and give them a sub. It costs you nothing, but it's immeasurable to us. It helps us to grow our channels and make our content even better for you. Because like Troy and Deleted are both monetized. So it's like for us, anything that you give us in super chats, super stickers, whatever, for Troy's channel, we're putting that right back into the channel, both his and mine, to make things better for you. So we're still trying to figure out how to use the mixer, and we're going to be, getting separate mics hopefully sometime soon. So we're not sharing one again or anymore. We're also getting better lighting, and we're just thinking of changing things up, but that of course costs money. So every little bit that you give to us, that's what we're doing with it. Some YouTubers, they need that to just simply exist. It keeps the lights on. So for every YouTuber, it's different for what the funds are used for that you do with their super chats, super stickers, whatever. I'm gonna let you know what we're doing with what you give to Troy. And once I become monetized, that'll be making our channels even better, because hopefully I'll get super chats and super stickers. So that is more funds going back into our channels to make them even better for you. And with that said, we can talk amongst ourselves, and that's all well good and fun. But it's so much more fun when you guys are joining us in the chat and you're dropping your comments, questions, trivia, being goofy, whatever it may be. And it doesn't feel like we're separated by miles or continents in some cases. It feels like we're all hanging out in the same room, enjoying each other's company and having a great time. And you guys, you're not just our friends. You are our family. I can't stress that enough. You are our family. We love you guys, and we appreciate you so very much. You can be anywhere right now, and at this hour of the morning, you're here with us. That is so encouraging. And you guys are nuts.
You should be in bed.
I'm going to be shortly.
Yeah.
You guys are just so encouraging. I love seeing you in each of our streams, and there are many of them. The way you guys just encourage us, just by being here is so encouraging. And the way you lift each other up is so encouraging. So thank you for that. Thank you for being a part of our family. We will see you tomorrow night over on Sparkwind 21.
Later tonight.
Right, later tonight on Sparkwind 21 over on Deleted Scenes channel. And of course, Troy, myself, and Boomer will be simulcasting. So if you want to pop in, give a thumbs up and a hi. That also helps our algorithms. But until then, good night, sweet dreams, God bless.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. You are awesome.
Osmo.
Yes, you are Osmo. If you're so inclined, stick around to the end of the credits. See all the people that, including yourselves, who helped made this possible. Take care. See you on the next one.
Good night, ladies.
Good night, sir.
Hit it, sweetheart.